Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host, Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is The Clockmaker's Cat. Chapter 1. The Clock Shop. In the heart of a quiet village where the cobbled streets curved like question marks and the lamplight spilled golden on the stones each evening, stood a small clock shop, nestled between a bookbinder's stall and a bakery that always smelled of warm cinnamon. The sign above the door read Tomlin and Timepieces, though few called it that anymore. Most villagers simply referred to it as the clock shop. Inside, the air always smelled faintly of oiled brass and old wood, and the sound was never still. Tick-tock, tick-tock, clocks of every shape and size marked their rhythm, like 100 tiny hearts beating at once. Some hung on the walls like sleeping sentinels. Others stood tall in corners, their pendulums swinging in measured arcs. On every shelf and surface, clocks hummed and whispered to one another, their faces gleaming in the low amber light. And among them lived a cat. Her name was Tinker, a short-haired tabby with sleek silver stripes that shimmered like brushed nickel. She was a graceful creature with an intelligent gaze, a twitching tail that rarely stilled, and a curious habit. She seemed to know the exact moment every clock in the shop should chime. Even stranger, she seemed to prefer the night. Old Tom, the clockmaker, would often speak to her as he worked. He was a quiet man with knotted fingers and spectacles, always smudged from forgetting they were on his nose. "You're my little assistant, aren't you, Tinker?" he'd say, handing her a ribbon of polished brass, or the small hollowed gear of a cuckoo clock. "But no mischief tonight, mind you." Tinker would blink her pale green eyes slowly in reply, tail wrapped elegantly around her paws. She understood more than Tom knew. By day, she was content to nap on the warm windowsill, or slink between the customers' ankles as they selected timepieces to match their mantle or bedside. But when night fell, and the village outside settled into its usual hush, Tinker would stretch luxuriously and rise with purpose. Once the shop lights dimmed and Tom's snores drifted from the upstairs loft, Tinker began her work. She leapt lightly from counter to counter, tail high, ears alert. Her paw reached into a drawer only she knew how to open, extracting a long brass winding key. It was older than the shop itself, ornately carved and just Tinker's size. She clutched it delicately in her teeth and approached the clocks one by one. Not all clocks, just the special ones. The ones whose hands had the faintest glow, the ones whose ticks seemed to echo dreams. Tinker wound each one with the utmost care, as though tuning invisible strings in the air. With every twist of the key, the ticking settled into a deeper rhythm, not mechanical, but magical. A grandma, who dreamed of her youth, smiled in her sleep. A baker's child, restless from too many sweets, sighed and turned over peacefully. Each timepiece Tinker set released a soft hum, and somewhere in the village, a dream began. The clocks didn't speak aloud, but they whispered in ways only Tinker could hear. "Time is quiet tonight. Wind me gently. Someone needs to remember. Soon it will be midnight. Set the dreamer free." Tinker's ears twitched at each subtle message, and she obeyed with reverence. She wasn't just a cat. She was a keeper of something delicate, something ancient. And as the final chime of midnight rang out, echoing from the tallest grandfather clock in the shop's rear corner, Tinker sat beneath it and looked up at the window. The full moon shone down like a coin placed in the sky, a signal, a seal. Tinker blinked slowly, her task complete for the night. But she didn't know that by tomorrow's midnight, the moon would be gone, and her world would begin to unwind. Chapter 2. Tick-tock Magic. The morning after her nightly rounds, Tinker lay curled atop the counter, nestled between two polished mantel clocks shaped like swans. Sunlight filtered in through the front windows in soft golden streaks, warming the wood beneath her and catching dust motes mid-drift like stars in slow motion. The village beyond the glass was beginning to stir, bakers lifting shutters, milk carts rattling down stone alleys, and sleepy shopkeepers turning signs from closed to open. Inside the shop, old Tom moved slowly, as always, humming a half-remembered tune from a time no one asked about. His apron was dusted with brass filings, and his fingers smelled faintly of lemon oil and copper. "You keep time better than I do, you old marvel," he said, leaning over to scratch behind Tinker's ears. "If I didn't know better, I'd say you had gears of your own. Tinker purred faintly, though her gaze remained fixed on the far end of the shop, where the tallest and oldest clock stood, its wooden casing dark as storm clouds, and its face ringed with silver filigree. The grandfather clock didn't tick like the others. It pulsed slowly, like a deep breath. Tom never touched that one. He said it didn't need winding. He said it had its own reasons. By midday, the shop grew quiet again. Customers came and went. The village settled into the warm hum of afternoon. Tom headed upstairs for his nap, and soon the faint creak of bed springs gave way to gentle snoring. Tinker opened one eye, then the other, and sat up. The shop felt different today, charged, like static clinging to the fur before a storm. The clocks ticked as usual, but under their rhythm was something else. A second heartbeat, faint, fluttering. Following the sound, Tinker padded across the floor and leapt up onto the workbench, where Tom kept his most delicate tools in neatly arranged velvet trays. But it wasn't the tools that called to her. It was something behind them, a small wooden box, unlocked. Tinker nudged the lid open with her nose. Inside, wrapped in faded blue cloth, was an ornate winding key she had never seen before. Unlike the brass key she used at night, this one shimmered faintly with silver and inlaid crystal. Symbols ran down its shaft, curved and looping, like time folded back on itself. Tinker touched it with her paw, and the room changed. Every clock in the shop stilled. The ticking vanished. The air grew heavy, like it had thickened into syrup. The silence was so complete that Tinker's breath sounded too loud in her ears. Then, from the oldest clock at the back of the room, a voice emerged. Not a voice like Tom's, or even the clock's usual whisper. This one was deeper, older. She is sterning again. Tinker whipped her head toward the grandfather clock. Its pendulum had stopped. The hands on its face spun backward slowly, unwinding minutes like thread. The moon watches no more. The voice continued. Prepare. And then click, something snapped. The key in Tinker's paw flashed with a cold light, and the wooden floor beneath her paws gave a low groan. A hidden panel beneath the workbench slid open with a soft mechanical sigh, revealing a compartment that hadn't seen daylight in decades. Inside it sat an ancient parchment, curled and brittle at the edges, and a compass with no needle, only a swirling pool of silver inside a glass dome. Tinker didn't move. Her green eyes were wide, unblinking, because above the compass, drawn in ink that shimmered like starlight, was the unmistakable shape of the moon. But not as it looked in the sky. This moon was cracked, fractured, shattered like glass, and in its center, something moved. Tinker took a step back. The clocks restarted all at once. Tick, tock, tick, tock. But their rhythm was off, fractionally wrong. Time, it seemed, had skipped a beat. Tinker leapt from the bench, key still clutched gently in her teeth, and looked up at the front window. The sun still shone, the village still bustled, and Tom still snored peacefully above. But something had shifted, somewhere beyond the shop, and the square and the sleepy hills. The moon had begun to fade. And Tinker, she was the only one who knew. Chapter 3, The Missing Moon. That night, the wind came early. It swept down from the hills with a strange urgency, whistling through the village chimneys and rattling the shutters of sleeping houses. The bakery's sign creaked on its hinges. The leaves on the square's oak tree whispered things no one could hear. Inside the clock shop, all was still. Old Tom had retired early, with a heavy sigh and a cup of chamomile tea. Storm coming, he murmured, rubbing one of his knees. My bones always know before the sky does. He had scratched Tinker behind the ears, yawned, and disappeared up the narrow staircase. Tinker sat in the dark, alone with the clocks. They ticked dutifully, though the rhythm was still not quite right. The seconds stuttered now and then, as if pausing to remember something they'd forgotten. And Tinker, usually precise, deliberate, was distracted. The silver key lay on the counter, catching moonlight. Or it should have, because when Tinker looked up toward the window above the grandfather clock, something was wrong. The sky was clear, stars blinking gently overhead. But the moon was gone, not hidden by clouds, not waning into crescent, gone. The space where it should have glowed hung empty, blacker than the rest of the night, like a hole had been punched through the sky. Even the stars seemed hesitant to drift near it. Tinker leapt to the windowsill and stared, her ears flattened. Below, the village should have been bathed in silver glow. Instead, the shadows were too sharp, the corners too deep. The night looked thinner somehow, like it had forgotten how to be night at all, and then the dreams began to break. Tinker didn't see them, but she felt it, like glass shattering behind a wall. In one house, a child stirred fitfully in her crib, brow furrowed. No soft dream to cradle her. Across the lane, a young apprentice whimpered in sleep, chasing something he couldn't catch. In a thatched cottage at the edge of town, an old woman sat bolt upright in bed, unable to rest, blinking into darkness that offered no comfort. All across the village, sleep unraveled. Dreams, which had once drifted down gently like feathers from the sky, no longer came. Tinker sprang from the window and raced through the shop, her claws silent on the wood floor. She darted past the wall, clocks and cuckoos, past the wind-up cats and carousels. She paused in front of the grandfather clock, the heart of the shop, and what? Its face had changed. Where numbers once marked the hours, there were now faint lunar phases, waxing, waning, full new. Only the center remained untouched, except it didn't tick. The hands had stopped at 12 Farren, midnight, the dreaming hour. Tinker reached out with her paw and touched the glass. A single chime rang out, sharp and hollow, like the toll of an empty bell. The clocks shuddered, and beneath the grandfather clock, a sound echoed up, a click, low and metallic. A new drawer slid open in its base, a drawer Tinker had never seen before. Inside, on velvet, the color of dusk, sat a torn fragment of a parchment moon, just like the one she'd found earlier. It pulsed faintly, as if remembering light. The silver key on the counter glowed in answer. Tinker picked it up gently in her mouth and turned back toward the drawer. Inside was something else now. A door, not a real one, not of wood and hinges, but a shimmer in the air, like heat rising off stone or light caught on water. It trembled against the velvet lining. Wait. Tinker stepped closer, and the clocks whispered in unison, for the first time since she had lived among them. She who keeps time must now step beyond it. The key in her teeth grew warm. Tinker took one breath, then stepped through the shimmer and vanished. The drawer closed behind her, and in the village below, the night grew longer. Chapter 4. A whisper in the gears. There was no sound when Tinker crossed the threshold. No crack of thunder, no burst of light, only a sensation like stepping through the skin of a dream. For a moment, she was nowhere. Not falling, not floating, suspended. Then the air thickened around her like liquid velvet, cool and humming with unseen energy. Light trickled in, faint at first, then stronger. But it wasn't sunlight or moonlight. It shimmered with the quiet, golden hue of candle fire seen through crystal, and it moved, flowing along invisible currents. Tinker landed softly on her paws. The world around her had changed entirely. She stood on a narrow metal bridge, suspended in a vast chamber that had no visible ceiling or floor. Gears the size of wagons turned slowly in the distance, each tooth clicking into place with patient precision. Chains of gold and silver twisted like vines between them, some stretched taut, others slack and swaying. Above, below, and all around her clocks. Not just ordinary clocks, timepieces of impossible design. An hourglass turned on its side, spilled stars instead of sand. A clock tower floated upside down, chiming backward. A watch with no hands whispered secrets in a voice like falling leaves. This was the corridor of moments, the place between ticks, a realm that existed outside of ordinary time, between memory and possibility. Few had ever walked it, fewer still had returned. Tinker's ears flicked at the sound of a distant whisper, not menacing, more like an old lullaby forgotten by the waking world. It drifted on the air like smoke. She took a cautious step forward. The bridge beneath her paws shifted and lengthened, spiraling gently to the left as though guiding her somewhere specific. No map, no signs, just the sensation of being expected. The silver key in her mouth pulsed softly, with each step she took, matching the rhythm of something in the distance. Tick, tock, tick, tock. But this ticking wasn't like the clocks at home. It was slower, deeper, as if it came from the bones of the world. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed through the corridor, strong enough to ruffle her fur and set one of the distant hanging clocks spinning wildly. Tinker crouched, claws gripping the bridge. When the wind died, something new appeared on the bridge ahead. A figure, no more than a shadow at first, tall and thin, cloaked in long robes that shimmered with the colors of dusk. Its face was hidden, but its voice carried clearly, though its mouth never moved. "She walks the gears." Tinker stiffened. The keeper's cat, marked with silver, bound to the chime. The silver key burned briefly against her tongue. She dropped it instinctively, and it clinked onto the bridge. The figure did not move to take it. Instead, it stepped aside. Behind it, suspended between two great cogs, was a window of some kind, round like a porthole, framed in bronze and ticking faintly. Through it, Tinker could see the sky of her own world. The moon's place still lay empty. But now, strange cracks had begun to appear in the sky around it. Like a pane of glass struck with a hammer, fractures of pale light spreading across the firmament. "The moon is not missing," the figure said softly. "It is broken, hidden by something older than time. Something that wants the world to forget how to dream." Tinker narrowed her eyes, fur bristling. "To mend it, you must pass through the hours, one by one. Each holds a memory, a trial, a piece of the moon's light." The figure turned, melting back into the shadows without footsteps. Before vanishing, it left behind a whisper, so faint Tinker almost missed it. "Beware the shadow that waits between seconds." The bridge shifted again, and a new path opened before her. This one lit with a soft bluish glow. Along its length stood archways, 12 in all, spaced evenly and numbered, not with digits but phases of the moon. Tinker padded forward, nose to the ground, tail flicking. The first arch glowed softly, the waxing crescent, and in its light she could just make out the shape of a doorway. And beyond it, a small room with toys, wallpaper stars, and the sound of a child softly crying in her sleep. Tinker picked up the silver key, steeled herself, and walked toward the arch. The first hour awaited. Chapter 5, The First Hour, Dream of the Lost Child. As Tinker stepped through the glowing archway marked with the symbol of the waxing crescent, the world shifted again, not with a crash, but a hush. The light bent, folded around her like soft fabric, and she felt herself drawn forward as though walking into a page torn from someone else's memory. Then, with a gentle pop, the corridor of moments vanished behind her, and she landed lightly on a plush carpet speckled with stars. She was in a room, the child's room. The walls were painted in fading shades of night sky blue, with crescent moons and constellations hand-drawn in chalky lines. Glow-in-the-dark stickers, some missing or half-peeled, formed awkward galaxies across the ceiling. A soft mobile spun slowly above a small bed shaped like a rocket ship. But the room was dim, the kind of dim that comes after too many nights without sleep. A little girl sat on the edge of the bed, hugging her knees to her chest. She wore striped pajamas and mismatched socks, and her small shoulders trembled. Her hair fell in soft, tangled curls around her face. But even from across the room, Tinker could see the sheen of tears on her cheeks. And beside her on the bed was an empty space. Something was supposed to be there. Something important. Tinker took a few cautious steps forward. The girl didn't see her, or maybe she couldn't. She sat as if frozen in a moment too heavy to move. Then Tinker heard it. A soft hum coming from beneath the bed. She crouched low and crept forward, peering into the shadows. There, just under the bed frame, sat a small plush toy, a stuffed moon, stitched from silvery fabric, its surface sewn with smiling craters and tiny stars. One of its button eyes was loose. It gave off a faint flickering glow. The child's comfort, her dream anchor, and it had slipped into the dark. As Tinker reached a paw toward it, something shifted in the room's temperature. The air grew colder. The shadows thickened, crawling out from the corners like spilled ink. A voice hissed from beneath the bed. Not the girl's, not Tinker's. Something else. Let her sleep in sorrow. Let her forget the light. Tinker froze, then hissed low in her throat. Her claws extended instinctively, and the silver key around her neck swung forward, casting a pale glow. From the shadows under the bed, a long, thin hand reached out. Woven from dust, darkness and the ticking of stopped clocks. Its fingers were wrong, bent backward, jointed like keys turned too far. It reached for the toy moon. Tinker leapt before it could. She landed with a growl on top of the plush, shielding it with her body. The creature recoiled with a sound like tearing paper and vanished into the baseboards. Silence returned. Tinker nosed the toy gently toward the bed, then leapt up beside the girl. The stuffed moon brushed against the girl's hand. She blinked. For the first time she saw Tinker. "Moony?" she whispered, scooping the toy into her arms. At once the room began to warm. The stickers on the ceiling pulsed gently with soft light. The constellations glowed true. The mobile spun faster, its stars twinkling to a gentle lullaby. The girl smiled, curled around the toy, and laid back onto her pillow. Her eyes fluttered shut. She began to dream, not of fear, not of emptiness, but of a sky full of light. Tinker sat beside her a moment longer, tail curled neatly around her paws. Then, from the wall behind the bed, a new archway formed. This one marked with the first hour in a soft silver crescent glowing above it. The realm of time was calling her onward. As Tinker stepped toward the arch, she glanced back once. The girl's brow was smooth, her breathing even. One dream had been restored. Only 11 hours remained, and beyond them, the shattered moon still waited in the darkness. Chapter 6, The Second Hour, The Clockmaker as a Boy. The arch behind Tinker faded as soon as she passed through it, dissolving like mist under morning light. Ahead, the air shimmered again, bending into the shape of a new path. One lit by warm amber tones and tinged with the scent of old paper, cedarwood and oil. Above her, the symbol of the second hour glowed, a waxing quarter moon nestled inside a gear. The path beneath her paws creaked faintly with age, as though she now walked not on stone or metal, but across planks, steeped in memory. She padded forward, alert. Then the fog parted, and the world unfolded. Tinker now stood in a small, cluttered attic workshop, filled with shelves of odd parts and half-built machines. Sunlight streamed through a circular window, casting slanted beams across the dust-drifted air. A pendulum swung lazily from a wall clock in the corner, its beats slower than normal, as if unsure of itself. Tools lay scattered across a work table. Brass gears, coiled springs, lengths of chain, tiny screws in mismatched tins. The air buzzed faintly with frustration, the kind that settles when a task refuses to behave. At the far end of the room, with his back turned, stood a boy. He couldn't have been more than 10 or 11, thin, hunched, sleeves rolled to the elbow, fingers smeared with oil. His brown hair stuck out in tufts, and he wore a handmade apron far too big for him. But Tinker recognized him at once. Even though decades separated them, she knew the curve of his shoulders, the careful tilt of his head, the precise way he held a screwdriver like it was something sacred. It was her Tom, only, not yet. This boy was young, Tomlin, and he was struggling. "Why won't you work?" he muttered, tightening a spring with hands just slightly too small. "I've tried everything." Tinker padded silently closer, ears twitching. On the workbench, in front of him, sat a small wooden carriage clock, simple, elegant, but unfinished. Its face had been carefully painted, the Roman numerals crisp, the hands delicate filigree, yet it sat there, lifeless. Its heart refused to beat. Tom pressed his ear to the casing. Silence. With a growl of frustration, he stepped back, tears of hot embarrassment pricking the corners of his eyes. "They were right," he whispered. "I'll never make anything tick." A sharp pang moved through Tinker's chest. She didn't know if she could be seen in this memory, but even if she couldn't, she had to try. She leapt onto the work table. The moment her paws touched wood, the clock's hands twitched. Tom gasped and stepped back. "Who?" Then he saw her. His eyes widened, not in fear, but surprise. "A cat," he whispered. Tinker blinked slowly, then sat down in front of the clock, curling her tail neatly around her feet. "Where did you come from?" the boy asked, wiping his hands on his apron. He edged closer. "Wait, you're not really here, are you?" Tinker meowed softly and nudged the silver winding key around her neck. Tom's gaze dropped to the clock, and something shifted. He looked at it again, not with frustration, but curiosity. His breath slowed. His fingers reached gently for the side panel. pried it open and adjusted the anchor escapement, a tiny finicky piece he'd overlooked before. The moment he did, the clock gave a tiny click. Then, tick, tock, tick, tock. The sound echoed through the room like applause. Tom froze. Then he laughed. A light, bright sound, full of wonder and disbelief. "I did it," he cried. "I really did it." He looked at Tinker again, eyes shining. "You helped. I don't know how, but you helped." Tinker purred and rubbed against his arm, feeling something new unfold inside her. Pride, yes, but also a thread of realization. This wasn't just any memory. This was the moment Tom first believed in himself. The moment he stepped into the path that would lead him to become the clockmaker she knew. Without this moment, there would be no shop, no clock, no her, and no one to keep the moon's rhythm. As the chime of the finished carriage clock rang gently through the attic, a doorway formed in the light above it, marked with the second hour, now glowing softly gold. Tinker leapt from the table and walked toward it. Before she passed through, she turned back. Young Tom had taken a fresh sheet of paper and begun sketching another clock, lips pursed in thought, tongue peeking from the corner of his mouth. The fear was gone, the doubt forgotten. He believed. And belief, Tinker now understood, was one of the keys to dreaming. With a flick of her tail, she stepped into the light. 10 hours remained, and somewhere beyond them, the cracks in the sky were growing wider. Chapter 7. The Third Hour. The third archway shimmered with deep violet light, as if dusk itself had been distilled and woven into a doorway. Tinker stepped through it cautiously, the silver key around her neck pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. This time, there was no floor beneath her paws, no ceiling above her head, just garden. Endless, living garden. She found herself standing in the middle of a sprawling, moonlit meadow that seemed to stretch forever in all directions. The ground was soft and springy, like moss. Pale flowers with glass petal edges bloomed in strange constellations. Their stems pulsed faintly with light, as though drinking time itself from the soil. Above, the sky was neither night nor day, but a shifting canvas of lavender and indigo. Stars drifted lazily between clouds shaped like butterflies. A warm breeze stirred the grass, carrying the scent of memory, honeysuckle, old books, and something like rain on stone. It was beautiful, and deeply unsettling, because everything moved with just a hint too much awareness. The trees didn't sway, they listened. The flowers didn't bloom, they watched. Tinker walked forward, careful not to disturb the petals. As she passed, the plants leaned toward her, whispering in a language she couldn't quite hear. She came to a clearing where a dozen massive flowers, each taller than a human child, circled a sundial, carved from obsidian. The dial was cracked. The shadows it cast pointed in 3 directions at once. In the center, where a numbin should have risen, something else sat coiled. A cat, or something like one. Its fur was sleek and black as a void, speckled with silver dots like stars scattered across a midnight coat. Its eyes were 2 crescent moons, pale and glowing. It stretched slowly, as though it had been expecting her all along. Tinker froze. The creature regarded her with feline amusement, then spoke, not aloud, but directly into her mind. "Well, well, the little keeper walks the dreaming soil." Tinker's tail flicked, fur bristling. The other cat rose to its feet. Its movements were fluid, dreamlike, every step blooming a new flower in its wake. "You're brave or foolish? Perhaps both. Do you even know where you are?" Tinker didn't answer. Instead, she sat, calm and quiet, eyes narrowed. The black cat smiled with its eyes. "This is the night garden, where forgotten dreams go to bloom, or rot." It paced around her slowly. "The child you saved," she had almost forgotten her moon. "The boy, your clockmaker, he nearly let go of time. Do you see the pattern yet? Silver stripe." Tinker tilted her head. The garden's colors began to dim. The flowers wilted around them. The stars above flickered. A cold shadow slithered across the sundial. The shadow between seconds is waking. It feeds on what the world forgets. Lost time, broken belief, dreams unlived. The black cat stopped walking and stared directly at her. "You think you're mending time? You're only delaying the unraveling." Then, softer, "But perhaps Perhaps you are different. The garden shook. Far off in the distance, a chime rang. A deep, broken chime, like a bell dropped into a well. The black cat turned its head sharply. Its fur rippled as though caught in a breeze from nowhere. It knows you're here now. The sky above cracked, just a hairline fracture, and through it, Tinker glimpsed pure darkness. No stars, no moon, just absence. The black cat flicked its tail and looked back to her one final time. Be quick, be clever, be careful. There's more at stake than a sliver of silver in the sky. Then it vanished, dissolving into stardust. The sundial beneath Tinker's paws pulsed once. A new archway bloomed from the ground, formed entirely of intertwining branches and moonglass vines. The symbol of the third hour hovered above it, a half moon entwined with thorn. Tinker stepped through without hesitation, because now she knew. The shadow wasn't just watching her, it was waiting, and the deeper she went, the closer it would come. Chapter 8. The Fourth Hour. The Broken Hourglass. The fourth arch loomed ahead, carved from what looked like polished stone but shimmered faintly like glass under starlight. It bore the mark of the waning half-moon, cracked down the center. Tinker hesitated. The garden's warmth was gone now, left behind in petals and shadows. The air here was sharp and still, like the breath held between a question and its answer. The silver key at her neck had gone cool. She stepped forward. The moment her paw crossed the threshold, the world changed again. This time, violently. There was no sound, no ticking, no wind, no whisper of dream. Just silence. Crushing. Absolute silence. Tinker blinked and found herself standing in what looked like a vast chamber of glass and sand. Pale dunes stretched out in soft curves beneath a starless sky. The color had bled from everything. She walked through a world of gray and frost, where the air didn't move and the sky didn't breathe. Above her, floating in midair, was an enormous hourglass. It hovered silently, taller than a clock tower, suspended between twisted brass columns that vanished into the sky and sand below. One of the glass bulbs had shattered, the lower half, cracks spiderwebbed through the dome, and what little sand remained inside glittered, suspended mid-fall, motionless. A single grain hung in the gap between top and bottom, caught forever in descent. Time, here, had stopped. Tinker stepped carefully across the frozen dunes. Every paw print she left behind remained perfectly preserved. No breeze, no erosion, no change. Even her breath, when visible, hovered too long in the air. This place was wrong, deeply wrong. She approached the hourglass cautiously. Etched into the brass frame were words in curling, ancient script. She couldn't read them, but the message vibrated in her bones like a remembered command. When the last moment falls, all memory will fade. Suddenly, the silver key around her neck burned hot. She yowled softly and backed away, just in time for a jagged crack to split across the glass surface of the suspended hourglass. A soundless shatter, and something spilled out. Not sand, but shadows. They poured into the frozen world like ink dropped into clear water, spreading unnaturally fast, writhing like 1,000 slithering snakes. The cracked dunes twisted beneath their touch. Time itself recoiled, and from the darkness stepped a shape, tall, fluid, vaguely human, but utterly wrong. Its body was composed of ticking clock hands, all pointing in different directions, slowly spinning in reverse. Its face was a blank mirror, reflecting Tinker's wide, trembling eyes. No mouth, but it spoke, right into her mind. You are too late. This moment is already lost. Tinker hissed, fur bristling, but she didn't run. The shadow creature tilted its head, tick hands pausing mid-spin. You try to mend what was meant to end. You guard time with the heart of a cat. Brave, foolish. It reached out one long limb, its fingers made of minute hands that scratched as they curled toward her. Tinker leapt to the side, landing near the shattered base of the hourglass. There, half buried in the crystal dust, was a small object, a memory, faint flickering trapped in a glimmering bubble of time. Inside it, she saw a woman and her elderly father, seated on a bench, hands clasped tightly. The man smiled with faraway eyes, and the woman whispered something too quiet to hear. Then the memory froze. Tinker knew what to do. She unsheathed a claw and gently pierced the bubble. It burst with a soft glow, and the moment returned. Somewhere in the real world, a woman stirred in her sleep and remembered her father's voice. The shadow recoiled, hissing as though burned. The hourglass cracked further, but this time the sand moved. One grain dropped, then another. Time had resumed, barely. Tinker leapt forward, her key glowing hot, and slammed it into the brass frame of the hourglass. Boom! The sky rippled. Light poured through the cracks. The shadows screamed, silent but furious, and dissolved into black mist that fled across the dunes. The hourglass righted itself. The sand flowed again, slow but steady. Tinker breathed hard, fur singed from the heat of whatever magic she had just touched. The stillness lifted. Far away, a chime echoed across the grey sands. The arch appeared once more, hovering just above the dunes, marked with the 4th hour's symbol, now whole. Tinker turned to it, the key swinging gently from her neck. But before stepping through, she looked back at the hourglass. It ticked now, steady, healing. A single flower bloomed beside it, white, small, and trembling in the sand. She took that as a sign, and disappeared into the arch, chasing the next piece of the moon. Chapter 9. The 5th Hour, the Time Thief. The arch marking the 5th hour was unlike the others. It didn't glow or shimmer or grow from the ground. It simply clicked into existence, like a lock turned from the inside. It was made of interlocking gears, small and delicate, spinning slowly in opposite directions. As Tinker approached, they shifted aside one by one, unfolding the doorway like a puzzle being solved. The symbol above was a waning crescent, shaped from twisted gold, its edge sharp like a knife. Tinker passed through with her tail low and ears alert. The world she entered was neither a dream nor a memory. It was a market, a sprawling, open-air bazaar of floating platforms and crooked alleyways, all suspended in a great void. Lanterns hung from ropes that led to nowhere. Stalls were built from fractured clock faces, draped in velvet or bone. Signs dangled crookedly, in languages long forgotten. But what struck her most was the sound. Ticking, chiming, clicking, the sound of stolen time. Everywhere she turned, merchants whispered from behind shaded counters, a day for a kiss, trade a regret for a memory, a year of youth for a perfect goodbye. And buyers, dreamlike figures, some half-formed, others flickering in and out, handed over glowing seconds, bottled minutes, coiled ribbons of time itself. Tinker crept forward, disturbed. The air smelled of candle smoke and something sweeter, like overripe fruit, left too long in the sun. She passed a stall where a girl traded away her first snowfall in exchange for a song she could never forget. Another offered her wedding day, for a single, honest answer. Tinker growled softly. This place was wrong. Then the crowd parted, and he appeared. Fox, sleek, red-furred, and smiling with far too many teeth. He wore a cravat made of torn calendar pages, and his coat was stitched from watch straps. His golden eyes sparkled with charm and mischief. He tipped a small top hat in her direction. Well, 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 he purred. If it isn't the little keeper cat. Tinker bristled. The fox stepped down from a stack of hourglasses and bowed deeply. Name's Kronos, he said. Time broker, memory merchant, professional stealer of seconds. Tinker's tail twitched. Oh, don't look so sour, he said with a smirk. You and we're not so different. I play with time, you protect it. Natural opposites. It's practically romantic. He circled her lazily, flicking open a pocket watch that had no hands, only an endless spiral. I hear you're looking for moonlight, he said, voice low. Valuable stuff. Rare. Nearly gone. I might know where a sliver's hidden. Tinker narrowed her eyes. Kronos grinned. All I ask is a teensy little trade. He reached beneath his coat and pulled out a small bottle. Inside it swirled a soft silver glow, gentle and cool, unmistakable, a piece of the moon. Tinker stepped forward instinctively. The fox's grin widened. One memory, that's all. Not even a big one. Say, the warmth of the first time Tom held you. A cozy little feeling. Who would miss it? Tinker froze. A flicker of warmth passed through her chest, and she realized she remembered that exact moment. The scent of wool, the clumsy, careful hands, The quiet whisper, "You're safe now." Could she live without it? Could she give it away, just to gain a piece of the moon? Kronos held the bottle higher, its glow growing stronger. Tick-tock, little cat. Dreamers are forgetting you. The moon grows darker. Tinker stared at the memory, heart pounding. Then she bared her teeth and lunged. Kronos yelped, dropping the bottle. It hit the ground and rolled, but didn't break. Tinker chased it as it tumbled between stalls, under tables, past barrels of melting clocks. Behind her, the fox cursed and gave chase, shedding glittering seconds with each leap. But she was faster, sure, and this was her realm now. She pounced, the bottle stopped. Tinker stood over it, tail flicking, ears flattened. Kronos skidded to a halt nearby, panting dramatically. "Very rude," he huffed. "Cats always cheat." Tinker picked up the bottle gently in her mouth and turned to go. Behind her, Kronos grumbled. "You won't always win, you know. Time can't be owned. It can only be taken." Tinker paused, looked back once, and flicked her tail in his direction. The oldest insult a cat can give. Kronos grinned, despite himself. The path out of the market revealed itself, a long stairway of floating clock hands that ticked into existence beneath each step she took. At the top, the arch of the 5th hour waited, etched now with a sliver of silver light. Tinker stepped through without hesitation. She did not trade. She did not lose. She remembered, and somewhere in the darkness, the moon pulsed once, barely brighter than before, but enough. Chapter 10, The 6th Hour, The Forgotten Clock. The arch of the 6th hour rose from the ground like the frame of an abandoned doorway, half-rusted, ivy-wrapped and leaning ever so slightly to one side. The symbol carved above it was faded, a full moon eclipsed by shadow, nearly rubbed smooth by time. Tinker approached cautiously. The silver key around her neck had grown heavy, heavier than before. The arch didn't shimmer or chime. It simply waited. When she stepped through, the air turned still and dry. The world beyond was dust. A long corridor stretched before her, lined on both sides with tall cabinets, each filled with clocks covered in tarps papered over with fading labels, or sealed behind cloudy panes of glass. There was no ticking, no chiming, just silence. The floor creaked beneath her paws, brittle and tired. Even the light filtering through the high windows seemed stale, as if it had been trapped there for years. This was a place where time had gone to be forgotten. Tinker walked slowly, eyes darting from one silent clock to the next. They varied in style, some elegant, some crude, some hand-carved by children, others polished to museum shine, but all had one thing in common. None of them worked. Many had never ticked at all. A name caught her eye, scrawled on a tarnished brass plate beneath a particularly old and crooked mantel clock. Tomlin, Thomas, project abandoned. Tinker froze. She recognized the clock. It had once sat in a dusty corner of the shop, unfinished, until Tom had quietly moved it into storage years ago. She'd never seen it again, but now it stood before her, sealed in dust and shame. She stepped closer. The clock's face was cracked. The glass over it was clouded. Its hands pointed to midnight, but the mechanism behind them had long since rusted solid. Tinker sat in front of it, tail curled, and stared. The room felt heavier. Behind her, something shifted. A shape moved down the corridor, slow, lurching, dragging long threads of time behind it like chains. Tinker didn't turn around. Instead, she gently reached up with a paw and wiped the glass face of the clock, and saw her own reflection. But not just her, Tom's too. A younger Tom, eyes bright with frustration, adjusting the gears of this very clock. He spoke aloud, voice tired and tight. "I can't get it right." The memory continued as if drawn from the dust. "I've tried everything. The balance is off. The chiming is wrong. Maybe I'm not meant for this after all." The scene flickered. Tinker saw Tom lift the clock gently, carefully, and tuck it into the back of a cupboard. His expression wasn't angry. It was defeated. "I'll forget this one," he whispered. "It doesn't matter." And the memory stopped. Behind her, the shape crept closer. It was tall, shapeless, woven from discarded seconds and unwound regrets. Its breath was a soft scraping sound. Tinker hissed low and pressed the silver key into the seam of the clock. Nothing. She pressed again, harder. The key sparked, then dimmed. The shadow reached for her. Then she remembered something. A smell. Lemon oil, old tea. A hand, worn and warm, scratching behind her ears. She pressed her paw gently against the clock's cracked wood and purred. And in the silence, something shifted. The clock clicked, once. Then again, tick, tock, tick, tock. Dust blew gently away from its gears. The hands trembled. The sound echoed down the corridor like a ripple across still water. One by one, the other, forgotten clocks began to flicker. First faintly, then stronger. Tinker turned. The shadow, whatever it had been, was unraveling, pulled apart by the very seconds it had devoured. Light leaked through its seams. It hissed one last time. He forgot you, and dissolved into drifting ash. Tinker turned back to Tom's clock. It now glowed faintly with silver light. The eclipse symbol above the arch behind her shimmered and faded, replaced by a full moon, whole, luminous. The 6th hour had been restored, but more than that, so had something deeper. Tinker leaned forward, touching the clock's side with her head one last time. I didn't forget, she thought, and stepped through the arch. Half the hours were behind her now, but the second half would not be so kind. Chapter 11. The Moon's Keeper. The 7th hour waited in stillness. Unlike the hours before it, this arch wasn't made of metal, vines, glass, or stone. It was formed entirely of light, a pale silvery glow that flickered faintly, as though struggling to remain whole. Tinker stepped toward it slowly, the silver key around her neck now warm. Not heavy, not cold, just warm, comforting. The symbol above the arch showed a nearly full moon, ringed with wings. She stepped through, and emerged into silence. But not the heavy, broken silence of the forgotten clock. This was sacred, reverent. The space around her stretched vast and open, filled with high-arched ceilings of soft twilight sky. The ground beneath her paws shimmered with starlight, as though she walked across a pond frozen mid-ripple. At the heart of the great chamber stood a tree. No, not a tree. A sculpture, carved entirely from moonlight, its trunk twisted upward, bark glowing with gentle pulses. The branches stretched into the sky like veins of silver, and hanging from them were glowing fruit, round, luminous, and softly pulsing. Pieces of the moon, and at the base of the tree sat a creature unlike any she had seen before. An owl, massive, ancient, and still. Its feathers shimmered between white and grey, moonlight and shadow, stars and snowfall. Its eyes were closed, but they opened as she approached, revealing irises shaped like crescents. It regarded her without blinking. Tinker. It didn't speak with a voice. Like the shadow in the garden, like the fox in the market, it spoke into her. But this time, the voice felt like home. You have come far. Tinker sat, tail curled tightly. She didn't trust easily, but this creature, this owl, felt old enough to remember the very beginning of time, and kind enough to have wept for it. I am the keeper of the moon, it said. Once I guided the balance between light and dark, between sleep and waking, between time and dream. Tinker tilted her head. Then why is the moon gone? She asked. Not in words, but in the deep, knowing silence of her kind. The owl's wings stirred, because the world began to forget it needed dreaming. Children stopped looking up, grown hearts grew too full of noise. And when belief faded, so too did the moon's light. It looked toward the tree. The moon fractured, splintered into pieces, scattered across the deepest hours of memory and shadow. Tinker's gaze followed the owl's. She could see the missing places in the branches, gaps where the glowing fruits once hung. You carry one, the owl said gently. Rescued from the thief's market, there are more hidden in sorrow, silence, and sacrifice. But they are not just pieces of the moon, Tinker. They are pieces of you. Tinker's ears twitched. Each hour you pass through, each memory you mend, brings back not only the moon's light, but your own truth. The silver key around her neck pulsed once, brighter than before. Tinker looked down. There was something etched into its surface she hadn't noticed until now. Tiny symbols, paw prints, winding like a path. She was more than a guardian. She was a part of time. and that meant she had something the shadows could never possess: belonging. The owl stepped aside, and one of the moon fruits dropped softly from the branch, hovering before Tinker's paws. She touched it gently. It vanished in a whisper of silver mist, and the moon, somewhere far above the sky, brightened a little more. 3 more pieces lie ahead, the owl said, but beware. Its voice grew low. The shadow between seconds stirs. It knows your name now, and it has begun to unmake the hours. Tinker met its gaze. She would not stop. Not now, not ever. The owl gave a slow, solemn blink. Then the chamber faded, light unraveling like spun thread, until all that remained was a silver-lined arch. Above it, the symbol of the 8th hour. Tinker stepped forward, heart steady. The moon was calling, and she would answer. Chapter 12, Tinker's Dream. The 8th hour's arch wasn't waiting when Tinker arrived. There was no gate, no glow, no symbol above, only a mirror. It stood in the middle of an empty space, freestanding, rimmed in tarnished silver, tall enough to reflect her entirely. There was no floor, no ceiling, no sky, just an endless, quiet dark that wasn't threatening, but still made her fur rise with unease. The mirror's surface didn't reflect her immediately. Instead, it shimmered with clouds of memory, colors without shape, lights without time. Then, slowly, it cleared, and Tinker saw herself, not as she was now, but as a kitten, small, wet, trembling in a narrow cardboard box at the edge of a rainy alley. Her fur was matted, her body shook with cold, her green eyes blinked wide, frightened and alone. The mirror pulled her in. Before she could resist, the ground vanished beneath her paws, and she was there, inside the memory. It was raining, a thin drizzle that soaked through everything and smelled of smoke and sorrow. The alley was narrow, walled by old brick and closed shutters. Trash bins overflowed, crates leaned. The world seemed to pass by, without noticing the small life curled into the box. Tinker, the kitten, meowed hoarsely. A sound too soft to matter. Her ribs showed beneath her fur. Her breath came in shallow huffs. No one came. Not until footsteps, boots, a figure crouched low, and a voice warm, rough-edged, full of surprise and something like grief. "Well now," the man murmured, "what are you doing out here?" Tom, younger than she remembered, but still Tom. He reached into the box with calloused, careful hands. She hissed weakly. He didn't pull away. "Easy," he said. "I'm not going to hurt you." He paused. "I forget things too. I forget what it's like to start over." Another pause. "But maybe we both get a second try." He lifted her gently, wrapping her in a wool scarf, and tucked her against his chest. The warmth. Tinker, watching the memory unfold around her, remembered it viscerally. The steady beat of his heart, the damp of the scarf, the scent of lemon oil and rain. He carried her back to the clock shop. She didn't fight. She'd already decided. She would stay. The memory dissolved into soft light. And Tinker was back in the void, standing before the mirror, but now it showed something else. The shop. Present day. Tom, older. Asleep in his chair, but on his lap sat a small carved wooden cat, delicately painted, holding a tiny silver key in its mouth. A clockwork figure, his hand rested on its back. He whispered in his sleep, barely audible, "Don't forget me." The mirror shivered and broke, not in violence, but in release. The glass didn't shatter. It scattered like petals, drifting upward and fading into stars. In their place floated a glowing orb, a moon fruit, brighter than the others. This one pulsed with a light that came from within Tinker. Her memory, her choice to stay, to love, to believe. As she touched it with her paw, it vanished like the others. And above, far beyond the dreaming sky, the moon regained a new sliver of light. Tinker breathed in deeply. This journey wasn't just about dreams or clocks or time. It was about who she was, why she mattered, why she had always known exactly when the clocks should chime. The 8th hour faded, and before her, 3 new arches began to bloom. The 9th, the 10th, the 11th, each one darker than the last. But Tinker's steps did not falter. She had remembered herself, and the shadow between seconds would soon remember her too. Chapter 13. The clock that wouldn't tick. The arch of the 9th hour was broken. Splintered stone, hanging gears, shards of light flickering weakly between fractures in the air. There was no welcoming glow, no gentle pulse, just a harsh stillness, like a breath held too long. Tinker stood before it, the silver key around her neck heavier than ever. It pulsed once faintly, but didn't warm her this time. The symbol above the arch was jagged, as if carved by claws. A new moon cracked in half. She stepped through. The world beyond was not a memory, not a dream, not even a place. It was a void, cold, endless, and silent. But in the center, floating like a forgotten island, was a single structure, a tower, twisted, rusted, rising into a sky that didn't exist. It was made of clocks, thousands of them, but none of them ticked. Their faces were blank, their hands missing, their pendulums stilled. This was the place where time had stopped, not because it was forgotten, but because it had been stolen. And at the tower's base stood a door, black wood, iron handle, no keyhole. Tinker approached, paw steps echoing on the metal floor. The closer she came, the colder it got. Her breath frosted the air. The very rhythm of her heartbeat seemed to slow. Even the light around her dimmed. Then, without warning, the door creaked open, and the shadow stepped out. Not the whispering fingers she'd seen before, not the creeping shapes from the alley or the broken hourglass. This was its true form. It was vast, taller than the tower itself, yet somehow no larger than a breath behind her neck. Its edges blurred, its shape refused to settle. It was made of shattered seconds, unraveling threads of memory, the absence of sound where laughter should be. Its voice came from everywhere. "You've gone too far," Tinker hissed, fur bristling. "You've restored what should have faded." The tower behind the shadow groaned. One of the clocks at its base cracked open, revealing a shriveled, empty space where gears should have turned. Time is a loop, a wound. Left alone, it forgets. Forgotten things sleep. Sleeping things don't suffer. Tinker's silver key flared once. The shadow winced, but only slightly. "You are small, a cat, a leftover. You should not have remembered." Tinker crouched, ears back. She remembered the girl in her bed, the boy in the attic, the garden, the market, the mirror. She remembered the moment she was chosen, not born, but believed in. She remembered Tom whispering, "You're safe now," and that made her dangerous to the shadow, because she had something to lose. She let the key in her teeth ignited like a falling star. She struck the shadow's heart, or where a heart might have been, and for the first time in all her journey, the darkness screamed. Not in rage, in fear. The tower cracked from its base to its highest clock. Timepieces burst open, one by one, as light poured from their centers. Golden, soft, forgotten time returning to the world. The shadow tried to pull itself back together, but Tinker was faster. She darted into the tower's heart, up spiraling steps of frozen seconds, through a chamber of clocks that finally began to chime. Each one that rang drove the darkness further back. And at the top of the tower, surrounded by shattered time, she found it. The final moon fruit. Dim, cold, barely glowing. She curled around it. She purred, softly, steadily, and the moon fruit pulsed back to life. Below, the tower collapsed, but the void cracked open to light. The shadow tried one last time to rise. "You will forget," it whispered. "All things fade." Tinker looked it dead in its hollow eyes, and thought, "But I will not fade first." The key around her neck shattered, and the light claimed everything. When the silence cleared, Tinker stood alone. The tower was gone. The void was gone. And far above her, the moon pulsed with nearly complete light. One piece remained, one final hour. But now, the way forward was clear. Not because it waited, because she made it so. She had faced the thing between seconds, and walked through it. Chapter 14. A heartbeat in the gears. The world reformed around her slowly, like ink swirling into water. Tinker stood on a platform suspended in nothing. No sky, no ground, just a wide, empty horizon, where time itself seemed to have stepped back to watch. Above her, The moon was nearly whole. Only one piece was missing now. It shimmered like a single note in a half-finished lullaby, just out of reach, just enough to keep dreams from fully blooming. The light it cast was uneven, a tear in the night. In front of her, rising from the void, was the final hour. But this one wasn't marked by an arch or a path or a corridor. It was a machine, a colossal, intricate clockwork heart, gears stacked within gears, rotating in silence, no ticking, no chimes. It stood taller than a house, motionless and waiting. Cold metal and silence, the absence of rhythm. At its center, a hollow chamber pulsed faintly, like it had once held something living, but didn't anymore. Tinker stepped closer. This was the core of time, and it was broken. Etched into the metal below her paws was an inscription, old and worn smooth by memory. To restore the moon, a price must be paid. Not in minutes, not in years, but in rhythm, in voice, in heartbeat. Tinker stared up at the machine. The key was gone, shattered in the tower. She had no gear left to turn it, no lever to pull, only herself. And suddenly, she understood. This clock didn't need winding. It needed something alive, something with a heartbeat, something willing to give its time to start time again. She stepped forward. The clock reacted, just slightly. A low tremble rolled beneath her paws. One of the innermost gears twitched. She placed her front paws against the central gear. Nothing. Then she pressed her forehead to the cold metal. Purr. It was soft at first. A tremor in the silence. A sound only a cat could make. Gentle, steady, soothing. A lullaby of instinct and affection. Passed from mother to kitten, from memory to dream. The gears shivered. She purred louder. Her chest vibrated with it. Her body hummed. And as she poured herself into that sound, her comfort, her presence, her quiet magic, the clock responded. Click. A small cog turned. Click, click. Another followed. With each second, the rhythm returned. Her heartbeat became its heartbeat. But she felt something draining, something slipping away. The purring grew quieter, not from the machine, but from her. It became harder to keep going. Tinker's throat tightened. Her paws trembled. Her vision blurred, not from fear, but from letting go. Because she knew now, to finish what had begun, she would have to give up her voice. Not just her meow or her purr, but the silent speech she shared with clocks, the way she had always known which dream needed which hour, the connection she'd held to the soul of time. She could finish the moon. But afterward, she would no longer hear the ticking in the walls. The clocks would speak no more. Tinker paused. Then she leaned in and purred once more. This time, it was pure, full, complete. Her final gift. The machine roared to life. Gears spun, chains clanked. The great heart of time thundered back into motion. A sound like a million clocks ticking in harmony echoed across the void. And above her, the final piece of the moon snapped into place. It flared with silver light, flooding the world. Not with harshness, not with heat, but with peace. Gentle, healing light, like a warm hand on a cold cheek. The moon was whole. The hours were mended, and dream returned. When the light faded, the platform was gone. Tinker stood in the shop once more. The familiar scent of lemon oil, the gentle ticking of the clocks, and moonlight pouring through the high window. But something had changed. She couldn't hear the whispers anymore. No soft instructions. No secret chimes. The clocks ticked, but not for her. Still, she was content. She curled up on the windowsill, gazing at the glowing moon, and knew she had done what no one else could. The clocks were silent, but the world was dreaming again. Chapter 15. The Dreaming Hour. The clocks chimed at midnight. For the first time in many nights, they chimed together, a soft cascade of bells and gongs, ticks and tocks, all tuned to the same perfect rhythm. The dreaming hour had returned. Outside the clock shop, the village slept soundly under the newly restored moon, now whole and glowing with gentle silver light. It bathed rooftops and cobblestones, tree branches and windowsills, in a cool glow that hadn't been seen in weeks. Inside bedrooms, people turned over and smiled faintly in their sleep. A boy dreamed of flying, arms spread wide like wings over the river's edge. A baker dreamed of her mother's kitchen, long gone, filled with the scent of nutmeg and songs hummed without words. An old woman dreamed of the husband she had long outlived, standing with her once again beneath a blooming cherry tree. Dreams had come back. Not loud or dramatic, not fireworks or fanfare, just quietly like rain tapping on the roof, or the first breath after a long silence. And in the heart of it all, in the small shop on the square where clocks had always ticked even when no one listened, Tinker lay curled on the windowsill, still, watching. The moonlight touched her fur and turned it silver. Old Tom sat in his armchair beside the hearth, eyes closed, a warm cup of tea resting on the table beside him. He wasn't asleep, not yet, but the soft ticking of the clocks and the glow of the fire had slowed his breathing. He stared at nothing, a far-off smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He didn't know what had changed. Not exactly, but he felt it. The shop felt lighter, time felt steadier, dreams felt warmer. He looked over at Tinker. "You've always known more than you let on," he murmured. She blinked once, didn't move, didn't need to. The key that had once hung from her neck was gone now. In its place, a soft patch of fur shimmered faintly like starlight had touched her and decided to stay. The clocks chimed again, softer this time. Tinker didn't feel the voices of the clocks anymore, not in words or whispers, but she didn't need them. She had given them her voice. In return, they gave her this moment, the dreaming hour. The hour she had protected, rebuilt and restored with every step, every purr, every sacrifice. She laid her head down and closed her eyes. And though she did not dream, the world did, because of her. The moonlight lingered a little longer that night, and not a single clock ticked out of time. Chapter 16, The Final Tick. Morning came quietly to the village. Sunlight crept over chimney pots and rooftops, slipped past lace curtains, and spilled in golden threads across the square. The bakery's door creaked open. The bell rang above the post office. Birds began their usual chorus, but softer, like they too had dreamed well. And inside the old clock shop, the air felt lighter, fresher, as though something heavy had finally lifted. Tom rose slowly from his chair by the hearth, bones groaning in the early light. He stretched, scratched the back of his head, and glanced over at Tinker on the windowsill. She was already awake, her green eyes reflecting the sun. She didn't move, she only watched. "Good morning, you strange little creature," Tom said with a fond chuckle. "You keep better time than I do." He shuffled toward the workbench, as he did each morning, to polish tools or dust the clocks. But something stopped him mid-step. There, resting in the center of the bench, was a pocket watch. Tom blinked. It hadn't been there the night before. He was sure of it. He picked it up. It was exquisite, clearly handmade, but not by any hands he remembered. The case was brushed silver, warm to the touch despite the cool morning air. The hands moved smoothly, keeping perfect time, and the face was a soft pearl white, etched with symbols he didn't recognize. Tiny moons in various phases, curling like petals around the numbers. He turned it over, and his breath caught. There, engraved on the back in the most delicate, precise hand, was an image. A cat, sitting beneath a full moon, her tail curled like a question mark, her gaze turned skyward. A single gear hovered beside her, as though rising like a star. Tom touched the engraving gently with his thumb. A strange warmth bloomed in his chest. A memory he couldn't place. A dream he might have had. "You clever girl," he whispered. He looked up at Tinker. She blinked once, did not purr, did not move, and yet he felt her answer deep in his chest, like the last ring of a bell, long after the chime had faded. He set the watch gently back down. "Don't know how you do what you do," he muttered. "But I'm glad you're here." Then, for no particular reason, he turned all the clocks in the shop forward by exactly 1 second, and they ticked in perfect unison. The final tick. That evening, long after the shop had closed, a few villagers paused beneath the light of the moon. It seemed a little brighter, a little clearer. They couldn't say why, but dreams came more easily that night. And the next morning, every clock in the village was perfectly on time, as if someone had quietly set them while the world slept. Chapter 17, Tinker, Keeper of Time. The days passed softly after the moon was made whole. The village settled into a rhythm that felt, though no one could quite explain it, more restful. Children slept longer. Bakers rose on time. No dreams were troubled. No clocks ran fast or slow. The world itself seemed to breathe easier. And still, each night, beneath the silver eye of the sky, the old clock shop remained quietly aglow. Inside, Tinker moved as she always had. Not with the urgency of before, those desperate nights chasing time across shattered memories and broken hours, but with quiet purpose. She no longer heard the clocks whisper. Their voices were gone to her, faded like the last notes of a lullaby, long sung. The silver key was gone. The shimmer in her fur had dulled, but her knowing remained. Every night she made her rounds. Not to wind, not to fix, but simply to check. She would pause beneath the grandfather clock in the corner, its chimes steady and slow, and watch its pendulum swing. She would nudge the base of the cuckoo clock above the hearth. Just once, she'd curl briefly on the counter beside the tiny sun-shaped desk clock, her tail brushing its minute hand forward by the tiniest fraction. And then she'd return to the windowsill, gaze up at the moon, and rest. She was no longer a keeper of tools. She was a keeper of rhythm, of present, of the invisible line between waking and dreaming, between remembering and forgetting. Old Tom never questioned it. He didn't speak of the pocket watch that now sat in the display case, never ticking, never sold. He didn't ask where it had come from. He only cleaned it once each week and set it gently beneath a small placard that simply read, "Dreams begin at midnight." Customers came and went. Children pressed their faces to the glass. Sometimes they pointed at the carved cat on the back of the silver watch and laughed, saying it looked just like the cat in the window. And Tom would smile and say, "That's no coincidence." But he never explained, because some truths are not told aloud. Some are ticked into the rhythm of life itself. And Tinker, now quieter, now older, now fully herself, continued her silent watch. She no longer walked between hours. She no longer spoke to the moon. But she didn't need to, because she had done what she was meant to do. And even in silence, she still kept time. Chapter 18. The moon above the village. The moon shone quietly over the village. Not bright, not boastful, just steady, a silver hush in the sky. People no longer wondered why their dreams were softer now, or why their clocks ran more smoothly than they once did. They didn't question the stillness in the air before sleep, or the calm that came when they stood outside in the middle of the night and simply looked up. They just felt it. Something unseen had settled into place, something that made the world feel more right. Children dreamed deeper. Elders remembered more sweetly, and every now and then, someone would wake in the middle of the night with tears drying on their cheeks, whispering, "I remember now." In the clock shop on the corner of the square, the hours continued their quiet song. Tick, tock, tick, tock. No more, no less. Old Tom grew older still, as all people must, and the silver watch remained untouched in the display case, still as moonlight, unclaimed by time. The cat on the windowsill did not age. Not exactly. Tinker grew quieter, slower, her fur dulled, her eyes softened. But she remained, always at the center of the ticking, not because she still kept time the way she once had, but because she had become part of it. Every hour that passed in the village held a piece of her, a steady paw, a patient gaze, a single, silent promise. You are not forgotten. No one knew the whole story. No one could explain the missing moon that came back whole, or the clocks that had once faltered and now never did. But if you asked the right child, the kind who still noticed things, they might whisper, "It was the cat, the one in the window. She's magic." And if you listened closely at midnight, in that quiet moment between waking and sleep, you just might hear it, a soft tick, a breath of fur, a thread of moonlight woven into the dream, and far above the rooftops, the moon watched it all, whole, bright, and perfectly on time. The end. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dreams Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe, and until next time, rest well.